you want to finish by 10:40? Good morning and welcome to the panel discussion on mobilizing private capital to ensure a just transition and deliver on the SDGs. Thank you for bearing with us. We've had a few logistical challenges this morning, but we are ready to have an interesting and insightful conversation with our panel today. So this is the abbreviated version, so I'm going to get straight to it because I think we want to hear from our esteemed panel. So today joining us, we have Shinta Vijaya Kamdani, apologies, CEO of Syntesa Group and the co-chairperson of the GISD Alliance. We have Jay Collins, who is the Vice Chairman, Corporate and Investment Bank Citi. And finally, we have Karen Fang, Managing Director, Global Head of Sustainable Finance, the Bank of America. And I'm Loshni Naidu, who is the Chief Sustainability Officer at the JSE. So starting with Shinta, if you don't mind, what is the role for the private sector in ensuring a just transition and delivering on the SDGs?
Thank you. I think it's very, very imperative that the private sector look at investing in SDGs specifically on just transition. Because at the end of the day, we cannot just look how the economic aspect of it, but we have to look the social component, the responsibility, what impact it will done when we do the transition, right? And I just want to share a little bit the story of where I come from in Indonesia, where we are doing a huge program on energy transition. As you know, Indonesia is a very much fossil fuel-based country. We are now the country, the government has launched the what we call the ETM, the Energy Transition Mechanism Country Platform, in which incentivize companies to do the energy transition. While we are looking into accelerating the renewable energy, of course, we have to also look at how we retire this coal. We talk about coal power plants. And this is actually an interesting example and how the model, what model will work commercially. But what I want to touch here is that because we are also a country where elevating poverty is still a very, very big issue, where we have 270 million people. We realize that when we talk about the energy transition, for example, we have to look at the just transition aspect, because what's going to happen with the jobs of these people? We have, as you know, a very low skill labor, and now we want to drive more into renewable. For example, we have to look at the job transition as well on the green jobs. We also need to understand the impact of the community. So we are looking not just about the access, if we talk about energy access, but also affordability. So this is something that I think when we look at the big picture, of course, investing in SDG, we talk about technology, we talk about the financing, but we also talk about the jobs. And jobs comprise also on how the social impact will be. So I just also want to share what we've been doing in the alliance is trying to really manage in bringing in also instrument in for more cooperation to understand how they can bring the SDG investment in SDG. And we have a big gap between developed and developing countries. And this is something that I think we're trying to now bring in more cooperation, more non-financial institution as well, because actually the past 3 years we have come up with many outcome that can be also utilize many more cooperation. I think the SIP on the infrastructure platform, as we know, on the blended finance and so forth, sustainable infrastructure, that's really an important key that can be utilized. The second is also on the SDG specific metrics. I mean, many companies are not even aware that we come up with such work. So we are trying to bring in more also socialization awareness of companies to understand, because where I come from, there's definitely still a big gap when we talk about investment in SDG. And I think the just transition aspect is just the side that everybody needs to look at, especially coming in from countries like us, which are still very much lagging behind. Thank you.
No, Shinta, a lot of the comments around just transition echoes with me coming from South Africa. I think there's a lot of similarities in the conversations that we are having as a country around how do we take our workforce along with us on this journey. So, Jay, I'm going to ask you the same question, if you wouldn't mind sharing your thoughts, please.
Sure. Let me, can you hear me okay, by the way? Just, yes. So let me make a couple broader comments and then narrow it down to just transition, which is a defined term. But overall, in terms of private sector role in the transition writ large, including the SDGs, I think one of the things that that we were actually talking about this morning is just the consensus amongst the sustainability committed private sector in the recipe. And if you were to actually take the last decade of reports from SMI, from the fantastic work of GISD, from the recent work of GFANS, and a plethora of other sources, the alignment on the recipe is staggering. We repeat ourselves over and over. We write more reports every year, and we say and recommend the same thing. And what is, again, we're a little bit in an echo chamber, because the groups like Citi and Bank of America that are always at that table, that are committed to sustainable finance, we are the willing, we are the committed, our ecosystem, our stakeholders commit us to sustainability and this process. And that's not necessarily true of the entirety of the private sector, but that is the group that is essentially recommending the recipe of what has to be done. And it's the same thing. So it's the enabling environment that we see in the JET-P process, for example. It's the creation of projects, because we just fundamentally don't have enough projects that have had feasibility analysis done on them. It's the crowding in of the private sector through risk mitigation tools, mobilization tools of the MDBs. And fundamentally then there is a side of this that is, what is the role of the policy world, the regulatory world, to crowd us in? And that can be as simple as, regulatory signaling, carbon rate mechanisms, for example, that incentivize carrots and sticks us to do the right thing, directly into mitigation or transition projects that are necessary to transition. But almost always in these situations, there is a social component. And specifically, just transition, as many of you may know, it comes from ultimately, at its beginning, at its core, it was a labor concept. It's a concept of disruption of labor in the transition process, and what are we doing for the employment jobs factor. And that is a public policy domain where the private sector can reinforce and soften the social blow. But ultimately, just like we've seen in the European Just Transition Mechanism, it requires a pot of money to be set aside from the policy community to participate in, alongside projects, the just transition process. So let's just take an example. We have an alternatives energy project in a country where there are large fossil fuel or coal facilities being early retired or shut down in that process. That labor needs to move. Communities are broken and need to be transitioned in that process, and that has to be coordinated with the private sector as those new projects and energy is transitioned, so that the communities that are disrupted through the transition process are compensated and also transitioned for the future of work potential of the green environment. So that's an early quick take.
Thank you very much, Jay. Karen, I'm going to turn to you. What are the greatest impediments to catalyzing private finance and investment for sustainable development and climate action? And why haven't initiatives to date, including blended finance, resulted in private capital mobilization at the scale that's required?
Sure. Thank you for having me today. And I think if I just, some of the points I think Jay hit on earlier, but just to answer your question directly, I think more emerging market and developing economies projects have a set of common risk factors that developed capital markets or developed regulated investors have a hard time absorbing without risk mitigating mechanisms. Currency risk. I do think that is a major issue where if you just think about, FX forward and how that's actually being calculated and essentially local currency based revenues with dollar or euro based financing, there is a mismatch, right? And obviously for emerging markets, which tend to pay higher interest rates, the forward currency rate is expected to depreciate. So when you do hedge those revenues, all of a sudden you have a financing gap from a revenue versus cost perspective. So it is not a unsolvable issue, but it probably needs a lot of diversification of a currency mitigating pool at the MDB DFI level to do it on a holistic global scale, because on a project by project, country by country level, it is simply too costly. Even if you have great power purchase agreements for a wind project, for example, if you hedge back to dollars, those local currency based revenues will be worth less in the dollar terms because you're hedging future forwards are expected to depreciate. That is a very technical conversation. The reason I wanted to go there is a lot of people talk about currency risk being a real major barrier because not everybody has the ability to financing dollars and euros in these countries. So that is one thing. Project risk is another thing, which is not unique to emerging markets. But for just transition to happen, we need to mitigate project risk in a country where stability and political environment and geopolitical environment sometimes adds a lot of uncertainty. Credit risk of the underlying counterparty, whether it's the sovereign, whether it's the corporations, project developers, revenue off-takers. Clearly, that's an added level of complexity compared to doing a solar project in the United States, for example. And obviously, then we go on to talk about political risk and other things, which Bank of America underwrote a $500 million debt for nature transaction in Gabon, and we saw a coup d'etat happening within days, right? That's exactly why we have political risk insurance in place. We want to do more of those transactions despite, uncertainties and volatilities. But it is a challenge. So I do think these risk factors have to be mitigated. But to Jay's point, when you think about a perfect de-risking solution doesn't exist. And we don't get to do these transactions without taking any risk. And we're the willing and the committed from a GISD perspective. We all want to help. But our regulators also have to potentially think about potentially a special bucket or different ways of SDG mobilization, not to treat these project financing as or company level financing, EMDEs, as a totally different thing, but create some sort of risk control bucket where we know we need $4 trillion a year, $1 trillion is needed in emerging markets. We're seeing at best $50-60 billion flowing there. And we have done more. I mean, we would have never done a debt for nature transaction had it not been for all the great work we're all collectively doing, because it's not riskless, as we just saw. But we have to do more of that. But we need more of the, I would say, enabling regulatory environment from all the banking regulators, insurance regulators, pension regulators to come in force as well.
Thank you. Karen, I'm going to go to Shinta. This one's for Shinta because we were chatting a bit about this before we started. But I think the points that both yourself, Jay, and yourself, Karen, have made around enabling environments and having the regulators on board. So it's about partnership. And Shinta, in the context of the UN's upcoming fourth international conference for financing for development, how can the GISD Alliance leverage partnership to ensure just transition and deliver on the SDGs?
Yes, I think that's an important question. When we look at collaboration, partnership, right? And in one way, we've seen that what Karen point of view of involvement of the enabling environment needed the the right regulatory framework from governments. We understand that there is, again, I'm always talking about gap because there is definitely a big diversity in terms of how government are committed to providing the right enabling environment. So I think the jargon of private sectors, companies needs to invest is there, but whether the support of the government is there, I think is very. And I completely agree to the point that somehow we need government involvement and we need the government, to back us with the right policies in place, including mitigating the risks that we're talking about. So I think looking back at the history of the financing for the development, I think the importance of the conference is definitely to address emerging issues, including the context of the multilateral effort to promote the international development cooperation. I think the current involvement of the landscape, the interrelationship of all sources of development finance. We talk about the synergy between financing objectives around the three-dimensional sustainable development, and of course the need to support the UN development agenda beyond the 2015. But I think if we look back, for example, in this 2023, if we look back on what has happened, the last financing development forum, I remember that the call for stronger, for example, tax system was there, and more private and public investment for state development and reforms of the international financial system to really allow more resources to be raised. And I think I wanted to share, for example, we just completed the ASEAN this year. And now the government has agreed on the ASEAN taxonomy, the green, what we call the green taxonomy. That's quite a big leap. I mean, coming from where we're coming from. So I think there needs to be a very much coordinated efforts from everywhere. And I always look at, the world. Each region has their own, kind of platform. How we can bring this together globally? So what we are trying to also do in GISD is to really bridge this, to bring more regional perspective and really be more inclusive in bringing the stakeholders. And I think there needs to be more communication and push to the government on what really is lagging, right? And, I always talk about at the end of the day, example, project pipelines. That's actually a very big, so it's supply and demand, right? At the end of the day, I think the project, hi, Mark Andre.
I failed miserably. No, you didn't.
No. So I think I just want to reiterate the importance of the multi stakeholder definitely partnership to make this work, and I think we need to bring some of the effort that has been done in other parts of the world and how we can really have a more reconcile and coordinated effort and bringing it together. So I think we look forward that this discussion will continue having a more really concrete outcome. And I think, bringing some of the challenges, addressing the challenges, and learning what others has so.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we've been joined by Marc-Andre Blanchard, who's the Executive Vice President and Head of CDPQ Global and Global Head of Sustainability, CDPQ. So we'll give you a second, and I'll go to Jay first, and I'll come back to you. Thank you for joining us. I do understand. So, Jay, maybe just building on the regulatory comment that you've made. Sorry, I just lost my place for a moment. So just what actions do you think are needed to address the institutional and regulatory impediments to longer term investment so that businesses can effectively align their practices with sustainable development and climate action? And what can the GISD Alliance do here? Thanks.
So let me start with the last part of that, which is GISD can help ensure that the regulators are in the room for this dialogue, because we've had years of dialogue where sustainability, be it SDGs, including 7 and 13, and the climate world of policymakers and business leaders, philanthropic organizations, and NGOs are meeting without regulators. And therefore, we're missing part of the ecosystem that's fundamental to align ourselves to be able to accelerate the ambition of the transition. And so GISD can create, again, be part of the process to create an environment for regulators to be at that table. Why is that so important? And Karen's touched on that, but I'll just double down, which is that for our viewers, listeners, if you go back to the financial crisis, we created regulatory frameworks to, in short, ensure that it never happens again. And be it Solvency II in the insurance space or Basel III in the banking space, a lot of the provisions that were put in place created duration, liquidity, credit, and other mechanisms that ensured the safety and soundness of the banking system. And when you looked at it from safety and soundness, prudential regulatory frameworks for banks, with that prism, we did a fantastic job. When we look at it from the prism of sustainable finance and energy transition, weak credit, think single B emerging markets, SMEs, small businesses, but importantly infrastructure, was made much more difficult to do. And so I said way before we put the word green in front of the word infrastructure, back at a time when I ran infrastructure for Citi, I said Basel III is fundamentally unfriendly to infrastructure. Well, now we have a bigger problem, which is it's fundamentally unfavorable to green infrastructure. And off-balance sheet project financing is fundamental to transition. In fact, it's the preponderance of alternative energy financing that will happen through the project financing, and the Basel III, particularly the G7 and particularly the US regulatory frameworks, are not only not enabling, but those frameworks challenge banks. So all we're asking for is to have, let's just say, the policy and regulatory community as it sits across from the GFANZs, from the banks, the insurance, the pension funds of the world that are trying to help to align themselves to have a similar dialogue with us about what exactly you want us to do. Because if we listen in this ear to the regulator, it's very different from what we're hearing in this ear from the committed climate sustainability policy leader. And we think, therefore, that that dialogue, however we come out of that room, we all need to be in the room.
Thank you very much, Jeff. So, Mark, Andre, I'm going to go to you. So, what are the greatest impediments to catalyzing private finance and investment for sustainable development and climate action? And why do you think initiatives to date, including blended finance, hasn't resulted in private capital mobilization at the scale that's required?
Well, thank you, Lashni. Thanks to everyone. Is this working? Yes. Um, I just want to build a little bit on what Jay said. I totally agree, and it's the link between the impediments here that I'll try to cover. But when I was walking here this morning, I saw the tagline of the COP, which is Unite, Act, and Deliver. And when people ask me, what's the importance of this COP, actually, I think one important feature is that for the first time, the private sector is here in such a large scale. It started in Glasgow, but that's 2 COPs away. And so it's relatively new. And to do what we need to be doing, we need to do a lot of investments and a lot of infrastructure. So yes, we need the regulatory framework that we've been discussing, that Jay has mentioned, and there's some impediment there. I mean, Basel III has proven to be a big impediment to financing infrastructure in emerging markets. But I think it's very clear now, what we've said, listen, there are institutional investors, and I represent an institutional investor. It's a CDPQ from the province of Quebec. We are the largest investor in infrastructure in the world amongst the institutional investor. And what we see is there's a lack of bankable projects in many places, even in developed countries, actually. That's not a problem solely of the developing world. It's actually, we need to be doing projects and at scale and rapidly, and actually the pipeline of project is not there for all sorts of reasons, good and bad. The second is there are risks that because we have fiduciary obligation, 6 million people are counting on us to pay them a pension when they retire. We're not a philanthropic organization. So there are like institutional investors like us, which now control more than half of the investable capital in the world. Yet no instrument is actually adapted really to us. And that's a big issue. So the Bretton Woods institutions we created 70 years ago when there was basically no institutional investors. And so what we need to adapt quickly are the tools to de-risk, to develop projects, and there are ways to do that. And we need catalytic financing for first loss investment, for first loss. Then the second is we need to deal with foreign exchange risk mechanism that will protect it. I mean, they exist, but on a small scale and at a very high cost. And at the end of the day, in emerging markets, the big elephant in the room is the cost of capital. And we need to find ways to reduce that cost to go in some of the emerging markets if we want the transition in the South to happen. And we all believe that, I believe it's essential for a transition to happen, that the transition also happen in the South. So it's about de-risking instrument, pipeline of projects, and the last one is access to data that the MDBs have. A big problem is we tend to overestimate the risk and underestimate the opportunities in some markets. So, there are some players like the MDBs of the multilateral world that actually have experience in emerging markets. They need to share the data way more than what is on the table at the moment, because what would happen is it's going to reduce the price of financing, because it's going to reduce our perception of risk, and this is key. And I just don't understand why it's not moving faster, really. I mean, it's a very simple thing, like access to the database of the World Bank and the others, and what is on the table at the moment is very small compared to what it should be. We should be all transparent about this. We have no time to quarrel. That's why it's important to be here to unite and act and deliver.
Oh, thank you so much. That is such a wonderful way to actually end where we're at. And unfortunately, I'm very sorry that we have officially run out of time. But just a last couple of thoughts. Just to reiterate who the Global Investors for Sustainable Development Alliance is, it's a group of leaders of major financial institutions and corporations across the world. It is convened by the United Nations Secretary General to deliver solutions that scale up private finance and investment to achieve the SDGs, including SDG 13 on climate action. Thank you everyone for joining us and listening to our amazing panel that has raised a number of issues, such as the various risks that we face, but also the opportunities to work towards unite, act, and deliver. So thank you. Thank you very much.
You want a picture, Chantal? I want a picture. You know, I should look at my stats. I'm sure I'm always at 20,000 steps.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us in this timely discussion. We have the pleasure to have here with us Rafael Dubé, who is a special advisor for the Ministry of Finance in Brazil. We're here to discuss a very urgent and timely plan called the Brazilian Ecological Transformation Plan that Rafael presented to us, which is similar in intent to the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the European Green Deal, but from a developing country. So it's very important that we understand what is at stake. Brazil is not only a country, like a big emerging market, but also a country that leads many trends for the G77. So we're very keen to learn more, but also to understand opportunities and challenges for cooperation. So by way of introduction, I'm Ilona Szabo, the co-founder and president of the Igarapé Institute. We work to develop research, partnerships, and solutions for global major challenges in the areas of human, digital, and climate security. So we know that our collective future really hinges on us tackling the triple planetary crisis. And we know also that we cannot run our economies as we did before. So we have to leapfrog when we think about the amount, let's say, of change, the amount of finance that has to be mobilized for especially developing countries. So we also understand that we have the right to pursue growth. We haven't had the chance to do it properly, to address the needs of our people. But we also understand that it has to be sustainably, given also the needs and also the, let's say, the responsibility we have towards our collective future. So a key question is, how can we do that? Leapfrog, mobilize the necessary finance, meet people's needs, but also make sure we do in a just transition way. So as we know, it's estimated that carbon neutrality can only be achieved by 2030 at a cost of at least 4.3 trillion per year, out of which at least 1 trillion are needed in emerging economies when we exclude China. In spite of that, to date, only around 27% of investments and financial flows needed to face this climate crisis are going to these developing countries. So at the Igarapé Institute, we oversee this climate and security program that works globally in partnership with the Executive Office of the United Nations Secretary General, but also with international partners such as the IDB, the World Economic Forum. And as part of this work, especially with the UN, we've been I'm a member of something called the High-Level Advisory Board on Effective Multilateralism, where we developed something called a Pact for People and Planet. And we issued a report, a Breakthrough for People and Planet, delivered to the Secretary General in April this year, Rafael. And there, we actually call for this special lens, this special attention to finance and access to technology for the developing world. So when we've learned about the intents of the Ministry of Finance in Brazil and in articulation with other ministries, we said, well, this is actually the implementation of our Pact for People and Planet in a very important emerging economy and my country as well. So since the beginning, we're very keen to learn more, to see how civil society can support, be with knowledge, be with partnerships, be with this dissemination, and that's where we are today. So the hope is that I think for us that the Brazilian Ecological Transformation Plan will not only benefit Brazil, but also set a precedent for the developing world. And so I'll stop here to ask you to tell us more about it, and then we have a conversation with people. And we also understand that there will be a launch later today, so if you can tell us more as well. Thank you so much, and welcome.
Thank you so much, Ilona. Such a pleasure to take part in this conversation. I'd like to thank Instituto Igarapé for the invitation. We are very enthusiastic about this ecological transformation plan that the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Environment and Climate Change, Marina Silva, will talk about later on. Since the beginning of this year, the Minister has required the team how could the economic policy in Brazil help to address climate change. And since then, we've been in talks with many other ministries within the Brazilian government with this challenge, which is how can we not only decarbonize our economy, but at the same time take this as an opportunity to strengthen the technological capabilities of our productive sector, and then it gets very in line with which you just mentioned about your plan, the proposal related to technology that we think is a key part of the plan. And our challenge is mainly we can divide it in three main areas. One is how can we live with the biomes that we have in Brazil, especially the Amazon, but not only the Amazon, the Atlantic forest, the Cerrado, and all the others, so that with the forest standing, we can provide a way of living in which the more than 20 million people who live in the Amazon itself, or the 200 million who live in the country, can thrive, can have opportunities, can have a dignified job, and at the same time preserve the forest. This is the first challenge. I think the second one is related mainly to energy, and how can we decouple economic development from carbon emissions. Historically, at least in the last 200 years, we have a very close relationship between development, or at least GDP growth, and carbon emissions, especially because of the use of fossil fuels. And now we have the challenge to decouple this and make it growth, and have growth in GDP, but at the same time reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. And we know that it's feasible. It's not easy, but it's feasible. And the third challenge that I think is as important as the other two ones are about circular economy. How can we at the same time reduce the needs of new natural resources extraction, and at the same time reduce the amount of waste produced? And we think the way to do this is mainly through reutilization, recycling, remanufacturing, energy recovery. And for that, there is a lot of changes that must be made to allow for the industry, since the design of the products, to consider all this circular cycle that the products must go through. And to address these three main challenges related to the preservation of the biomes, related to the decoupling of the growth and energy sector, and related to the circular economy, we are organizing a set of measures involving broadly all of the federal government, and of course also we'll also have to do it with the partnerships of the state level and municipal level in Brazil, and international cooperation. We are organizing a set of measures related to financing those transitions, and also to develop new technologies for all those areas. And just to mention a few of the actions we are already working on, we sent a bill to Congress to the creation of a carbon market in Brazil, a cap and trade system, the way there is one in the European Union, in California, and in many other jurisdictions. And it was already approved in the Senate in Brazil, and it's currently under the appreciation of the lower house of Parliament, and we think it might be approved soon. We are also working with the issuance of sustainable bonds from the federal government. We made the first issuance a few weeks ago with $2 billion raised for this. We are also working with the creation of a national sustainable taxonomy. It's a very important aspect, and it's an enabler for many other policies after this. And we just did a public consultation of the roadmap for this national taxonomy, and we intend to release the approved plan here during the COP event. And in the area of technological development, which is a very important topic, and I think this addresses one of the main challenges that we also have, which is if Brazil doesn't prepare itself and doesn't adopt the right policies, we'll just enter into a new cycle of commodity exportation, as it has happened during our 500 years of history. Now the commodity will be sun and wind. It might be some critical minerals also for the energy transition, but it won't be enough. As I mentioned in the beginning, we need not only to decarbonize, but also to strengthen our technological capabilities. And for that, we have all the conditions to do this. Brazil is a major producer of science. We are among the 15 countries that most produce science every year. We have great universities, great research institutions, and we do need to make some tweaks and the way we allocate money in that area. First of all, increasing the amount of money for research and development, and the government is already doing this. The main funds for R&D in Brazil, which is it's called FNDCT in the Brazilian acronym. It was mainly frozen during last government, and President Lula, since the beginning of this year, decided to put the full amount of this budget available for science in Brazil, and it represents around 10 billion reais a year. A second point is that we have to channel that money towards decarbonization, but mainly towards also clear missions that we must have to address those challenges. Currently, we have some money in that area, but it's pulverized among many small projects that doesn't bring real change for the productive sector in Brazil. And now we want to have clear missions so that the productive sector and also the universities and research institutions work together toward those clear missions. So this is one of the aspects we want to tackle, to deal with. And another point that I would highlight here is the use of public procurement towards innovation. It's one of the main tools that our developed countries use for innovation. Brazil, even though we have a very modern legislation regarding innovation approved in 2016, we barely used it since then, and we intend to make much more use of it, especially pre-commercial procurement that we call in Portuguese encomenda tecnológica, which is a huge tool to channel funds and creativity and engagement for the private sector and the public sector and the universities towards those clear goals that we need in bioeconomy, in energy, in agriculture, in many of the challenges we have to tackle. This is, broadly speaking, the topics we're working with. There are more than 100 actions mapped to take part, to be part of this ecological transformation plan, but the main targets are those: to have a new relationship with our biomes, decouple growth from energy and especially greenhouse gas emissions, and improving circular economy through financial tools and through technological development.
Thank you so much, Rafael. And I dare to say, because we're looking internationally at the other plans, and I dare to say that this is probably the most innovative plan when we have the triple planetary crisis, and we talk about climate disruption, biodiversity loss, circularity, and there are several plans coming up. But Brazil, because of also, let's say, and we hope it's never a curse that we have so many resources, because we have the possibility actually to leapfrog. We can actually reduce our emissions and help others to reduce. We don't only, of course, want to export, as you said, we want to be transforming our own sectors and inviting people to produce clean products in Brazil. But we also understand that doing so, we have to protect our biodiversity, which is still a resource that we don't understand the full value. We understand that it's impossible to put a set price, but we have to also maximize the way we value biodiversity, and we cannot do that without also looking at like really going towards circularity. So I would dare to say this is possibly the most innovative plan in the market today, and we hope also that it gets implemented and fast implemented, because we don't have time. But I think the second point before opening to the questions here is that we need to break this ceiling, as you said, of what we call, in international relations, the international division of labor, where countries such as ours only exports commodities or low-value goods. So I think this is an opportunity really to leapfrog, to go to the league of the developed world and go like with class, with access to the right kind of finance, to also developing, but also accessing the technology that is being developed worldwide. And in that sense, Brazil is very well positioned also to discuss the reform of the international financial architecture to allow countries such as ours and the least developed countries to access the right amount of public resource to mobilize private capital. So I would say for us there is a mission, which is how can we build the political momentum that this actually can be delivered, implemented, and that we can show results already for the COP30 that we're hosting in Brazil. So if you can, before opening here, just explain to us, like, what are the main challenges that you see and how society as a whole could support this building up of this momentum from the launch to quick implementation? As you said, there are bills being passed, there are things already in place, but many others to come. So how can we help?
That's a great point. The plan the Minister of Finance of Brazil, Fernando Haddad, uses to say is dynamic. So it's not a set of measures that is closed and entirely defined. On the contrary, we're building it. But at the same time, we have an urgency and some steps must be taken immediately. But we do want to build it as it's been done throughout the year with the intense participation of civil society in Brazil and international cooperation. We've been in consultations in many meetings throughout the year. And we have received lots of inputs from civil society so far. A big part of the actions that we are already implemented are coming from suggestions from civil society, and we do think it's critical for the plan to work out well. And the idea is that most of the governance that's going to be created for the plan will have some level of participation and openness. We want that all the main actions are open for public consultation or some sort of participation from civil society with committees in which they take part. And we think this is crucial for the plan to work. It must not be a plan conceived only by the government, but on the contrary, I think the government itself, from President Lula since the beginning, is trying to be open for civil society collaboration, and I think this is one of the clear differences from what just happened in Brazil a few years ago with our previous government. And I think we can see this here at COP. Last COP, Brazilian representation was kind of split between civil society and productive sector on one side and the government in the other. And now we are moving back again so that everyone work together, of course, with differences, which are natural and are important. But everyone has the main goal, which is how to tackle climate change and at the same time provide economic development for the country. So I think in the coming months we're going to have this clear structure for the government of governance for the plan, with clear spaces for participation, even more than we've had so far. And I think it's a main part of the idea for us to have this plan. And beyond that, many of the actions that we must build will have, in some cases, to be something new, something disruptive. And I think no one can do it better than civil society, to have pilot projects, to start new ideas, new opportunities, and the civil society is way more flexible to try these new different solutions, and whenever they work well, we can try to scale them up. So I think this is also a very important issue that we must take into consideration, especially when we're talking about bioeconomy in the Amazon, for example, that you mentioned before. It's a huge topic for us. Our profile of emissions is very different from the profile of emissions from rich countries, and one of the main challenges that we have to deal with is how to reduce deforestation in the Amazon, not only with command and control actions, which are being taken right now, but beyond this, we have to create an alternative economic model in the Amazon so that with the forest standing, people have ways to thrive. And for that, we'll need a lot of creativity, a lot of input from the many experiences that are already being organized and promoted by civil society in Brazil, and we must learn from them.
So thank you so much. So this is another innovation. So Brazil is also hosting G20 starting, I think, as of today.
Yes, exactly.
So as of the 1st of December, and there is an initiative on bioeconomy. So I'll open for the floor, but if you could also comment on that, because I think it's also a contribution, beyond, let's say, the natural topics that G20 will discuss. We have a task force on climate action. I don't know the final name for that, but also an initiative on bioeconomy. So we'd be keen to hear from you, but you can take it as a second or third question, maybe. So anybody would like to ask Rafael something? Otherwise, I'll keep asking. No, so he can go.
It will be for you,
G20. No, that's fine. No, that's fine. There's a lot of I think the G20 is a big avenue for us to go. But so maybe we start there and you think through. So how do you expect also, let's say, the G20 and T20 groups, task force initiatives to fit into the plan?
Yes, I think this is part of this broader international agenda that President Lula is opening for Brazil. In the middle of this year, we had, for the first time, the meeting of the climate funds, the CIF and the Global Climate Fund, organized out of Washington, and they happened in Brasilia. For the first time, it happened out of Washington after 20 years of those funds being created. I think this is part of the what all the world expects from Brazil with the government of President Lula, and I think we are. What happened in Brazil in the last year, from last COP to now, it shows that Brazil is again back to the stage and trying to create solutions on a multilateral level for the whole world. So I mentioned that the climate fund, but because I want to mention that beyond G20, we are also going to have COP30 in Belém 2 years from now, and I think this is part of this whole movement of Brazil to go back to be back at the international stage, trying to create multilateral solutions for the world. Specifically about the G20, as you mentioned, it's beginning today the presidency of Brazil, and we think it's going to be a huge opportunity to deal with many of the issues, especially related to international financing for climate. It's probably going to be one of the main tracks of the G20. The theme itself is going to be related to ecological transformation plan, along with other priorities of the government, such as fighting hunger in Brazil and extreme poverty. And for that, I think that these goals work together, since we can't fight only hunger without dealing with the climate crisis, so they're kind of intertwined, and we think there is lots of agendas, lots of opportunities for us to change the international financial architecture so that it can deal better with these two focus at the same time, as I mentioned, dealing with climate change and at the same time providing solutions for countries to develop. It cannot be only decarbonization. Many countries in the world have opportunity now to be exporters of raw material for producing batteries, for producing wind turbines, solar panels, and so on. But it's going to be a wasted opportunity if we don't use this moment for at the same time allowing those countries, and it's not only Brazil, to go up in the value chains of the productions of all those items, not only being exporters of raw material, but also developing an industrial sector and developing science and technology itself. So I think this is going to be one of the main topics in G20. How can we
the building and construction sector in Europe, how this is the transition is going to impact those workers and the millions of jobs that are going to be needed in this transition. We are also working in the energy sector. In the previous job that we did to know about the the jobs that were coming, but now we are actually working with IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Agency, and with the ILO, the International Labour Organization, to work together to focus on what I was mentioned before, to focus on skills and future jobs in the renewable sector, and to see how we can focus on all this. Also trying to cover as well the supply chain, that we haven't mentioned it, but it's not only the workers that we see in the top, it's also all the workers that are all along the supply chain. And the last but not least, something that we are also putting our focus is the just energy transition partnerships. And is this financing, the money that is coming from donor countries to recipient countries like South Africa, Indonesia, Senegal, India, and Vietnam are the ones that are so far agreed. And countries like France, the UK, the European Union entirely, the United States, Germany. So all of them are giving money to those countries to develop the transition. But what we are doing is to work with the affiliates, to support the unions, to see how the transition is going to be made. Because the unions have demands, of course, and they don't want it to be in terms of loans. What they want is the money without conditions, we will say, but also in order that they can benefit of that transition, in order to invest in renewables, that it will be a green and also going to public and not, democratic in all the ways for everyone, and not only to benefit private companies from the global north that are going to the global south to invest. So this is something that we are also working, and is what will come out in the next year.
Well, we wish you a lot of success in those stream of work. It sounds really, really interesting to see how the just transition is really happening. Actually, thank you very much, Diana Junquera from the Center for the Just Transition, and Rana Adib from REN21 Renewables Now. So remember that, Renewables Now. I want to thank you all. I want to thank REN21 for organizing this event, UN DESA for hosting us, and you all for staying with us, and I wish you all a very good COP28. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Wow, it was difficult to find
Hi everyone, welcome to the SDG Pavilion here at COP28 in Dubai. I'm Ariel Alexevich with the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs. Throughout these 2 weeks, we're going to have a lot of programming, interviews, fireside chats, events, all talking about how the Sustainable Development Goals are connected to climate action and why action on one agenda helps the other. So I'm so pleased to be here with the Deputy Secretary General of the International Telecommunication Union, Mr. Tomas Lamanauskis. Tomas, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Ariel. It's a pleasure.
Great. And so, sir, you have a big new initiative coming up this week. Can you tell us about that, please?
Thank you, Ariel. With pleasure. So it's Green Digital Action Track, in which we, together with 40 and more than 40 partners from the digital industry, from the governments, from other intergovernmental organizations, are coming together here at COP to make sure that the digital industry really steps up its act in terms of fighting the climate crisis. I think for very long, the digital industry was very proud of the fact that we are helping other industries with actually emissions than as industry, but as we now coming every molecule of CO2 matters. You know, we can't just hide behind that fact. And I think part of also initiative here is coming here with really taking from what we can do also as digital industry to really help others, but also putting our own.
Yeah, that's great. Congratulations on this initiative. And I think we should mention it launches tomorrow. There's an event here.
Indeed, tomorrow morning. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. And can you talk a little bit more about this connection between digital technology and climate?
So digital technology has a lot of opportunities to help fight climate crisis, from monitoring, from our satellite imagery, for example, from various sensors that can help monitor the climate, in satellite, in submarine cables, and in other ways, to helping other industries, as I mentioned, in terms of, for example, smart meters, that can help us to reduce energy use or transport efficiency, as well as adaptation, for example, to help mitigate the effects of disasters through our early warnings initiative, early warnings for all initiative that was launched by Secretary General Guterres and tries to bring all the world within the reach of early warning systems by 2027. So digital industry can really help in that fight. However, digital industry itself is also an emitter, and not maybe a huge one. We estimate around 1.5 to 4% emissions of the global emissions from digital industry, but still these are emissions. And with digitalization growing, there is the risk that can grow. Energy use can grow, emissions can grow, but also other aspects, for example, as e-waste, electronic waste that can contain hazardous materials and also uses important critical minerals. So as well as water use, for example, that are needed to cooling data centers. So as we help others, as I mentioned, it's very important for us to take responsibility that industry grows in a sustainable way, and it grows in a way that doesn't contribute to the climate crisis, but really helps it.
Yes, absolutely. And oftentimes when we're talking about digital technology, we talk about the digital gap, digital divide. And I wonder, how can the initiative that you're speaking of really help us close that gap and be the most inclusive it can be to help the most people?
So thank you very much. So and this initiative is inclusive in many ways. One way is inclusive that it really brings all the different stakeholder groups together. It brings private sector, it brings governments, it brings intergovernmental organizations, it brings civil society to really step up together, co-create initiatives together, commit together, and implement together. But also, as an important part of that is this peer support element, which has a number of commitments we'll be hearing about in the next few days, next week or so, here on the Green Digital Action Track. You'll hear things like peer support group for implementation of the standards, so that industry, not only governments, but industry across the board, can help other peers to implement the green standards that can help increase the sustainability of the industry. You'll hear things as commitments to help countries on e-waste policies from different countries. So really the idea is to really come together, to really shine the light of the best practices, and then help others to come along to really commit, but in a meaningful way, and to help them to implement those commitments.
Oh, very cool. And can you tell us, this initiative, these companies you're talking about, this includes lots of countries around the world, all regions? How global is your endeavor?
I mean, ITU by itself is a global organization. We part as you are, part of the UN, and we have a few other parts of UN joining us in there, as a United Nations Environmental Program. We also have a World Bank as part of that initiative, and we have also private sector as well. And I mean, it's still, as regretfully, as an initial push, it's a lot of times it's coming from developed world, but we are really investing a lot to make sure that we bring all the world with us. And as I mentioned, these things as peer support initiatives are exactly there. So that's not just bringing others for ticking the box, but bringing others in a meaningful way and helping them to be part of that movement.
I love it, bringing everyone along to leave no one behind.
Exactly.
It's critical. So, sir, what else are you looking forward to at COP, just as a closing question?
So thank you very much. As we heard Secretary General this morning, the world is a bit of a gloomy stage, and we are here heading up to the hottest year on the record. We basically just shy of 1.5 degrees, 1.4 degrees, this year increase, and we really see the disasters around the world, and we see not that much will sometimes to resolve these issues, So, regretfully, this is the state of the world. So we need that COP to be that, ray of hope, if you will, but with a real ray of hope, with the actionable commitments, with people coming together, with demonstrating that we can still work, together. So in our small way, through Green Digital Action track, we'll try to demonstrate that we can come together, we can both do it for ourselves and lead others by showing that example, and we hope that will be many more of similar initiatives around here in this COP that all together will come into this really movement that will hopefully help overcome the climate crisis that we're facing.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, sir, for being here, and we wish you the best of luck with the Green Digital Action track, and we hope we can follow up with you at a future COP or later at another event. So thank you so much for being here, and thank you, everyone, for watching at home.
Thank you very much, Ariel. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Salam alaikum. Marhaba to the Arab region. I'm happy to be moderating today's inauguration of the SDG Pavilion at COP28 in Dubai, United Arab Emirates. So thank you for attending, and we're also happy to have our keynote speakers and also our youth leaders who will share with us by the end of today's event, the youth call for action. I'll give now the floor. I'll invite Mr. Li Zhenhua for welcoming remarks. Mr. Li Zhenhua is the Undersecretary General of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. Mr. Li.
Thank you, moderator. Well, good afternoon, salam alaikum. It is so pleased and encouraged to sit around the youth representatives and the advocates for the SDGs. It is a really great honor to welcome all of you to this inauguration of the SDG Pavilion at COP28 in Dubai. As you know, that the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Paris Agreement on Climate Change provide the world with a clear objective to support a sustainable, just, inclusive, and equitable future for people and the planet. But with just 7 years left to the 2030, we are far behind achieving our goals. Only 15% of the SDG targets are on track, and more than 30% have either stalled or regressed. At the same time, we witness that the global average temperature has already risen 1.2 degrees above the pre-industrial level. This is not the time for us to go through the complexity. It is the time for us to do more the transition. We have to confess that our current trajectory is unsustainable, and that we must use the limited time we have left to recalibrate and reaccelerate our efforts. We will need to take an integrated approach for maximum impacts. We also must harness the opportunities of addressing climate changes and SDGs in synergy. That's why the SDG Pavilion is open today in its 5th edition. This pavilion aims to promote achieving climate goals and SDGs together. The pavilion also aims to showcase synergistic climate and SDG initiatives, offering the practical solutions by all stakeholders. Through more than 80, I just heard almost 90 events over the coming 10 days. I'm particularly encouraged to see that so many young people will join us here in SDG Pavilion. Well, dear friends, dear colleagues, to achieve the shared vision of the 2030 Agenda and the Paris Agreement, we need a strong political commitment at all levels, from the government to the parliament, from the civil society to the NGOs, to the young students, and also to academia to the local government. And we need a multi-stakeholder partnership that drive synergistic investments. This COP28 actually serves as a pivotal moment to show that meaningful multilateral action is not just an inspiration, but a reality. We must move forward in solidarity to realize the future we need. In this connection, 2024 and 2025 will serve as an important milestone for how international cooperation can effectively address the challenges of today and tomorrow. Next year's SEEDS conference, UN Forum on Forests, Global SDG 7 Stocktake, and the Summit of the Future will all be critical opportunities for advancing partnerships and accelerating actions. The fourth conference on financing for development and the UN Ocean Conference in 2025 will further strengthen the political commitment and ignite the action across these complementary agendas. However, it is here in Dubai at COP28 where the synergy between climate action and development policy must shine the brightest to inspire the transformative change and a better future for all. Well, dear friends, dear colleagues, the high-level political forum on sustainable development next year will build progress on SDG 13 on climate action. This presents a unique opportunity to explore and strengthen synergies in policies and practices across all sectors. I warmly invite everyone to join the 5th Climate and SDG Synergies Conference in 2024 to be co-convened by UNDESA and the UNFCCC Secretariat, where we can learn and share from the practical experience in these areas. So, dear friends, dear colleagues, the urgency of this moment cannot be overstated. We must rise to the challenges together. UNDESA is strongly committed to do its part. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lee, for emphasizing again the importance of partnerships, synergies, political will, and especially your commitment towards engaging young people and empowering young people for meaningful youth engagement, for youth action and achieving the SDGs. Now, I'd like to give the word to Ms. Danielle Violetti, Senior Coordination on behalf of Simon.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Really a pleasure to be sharing with you this opening day and all the youth representatives. Great pleasure to be here, and in particular because this is not another inaugural moment of a pavilion. This is really the confirmation of the opportunities that working together in implementation of different agendas can really deliver important climate action here at COP28. And we have seen how this has started yesterday in a very positive tone, an incredible opening with already the adoption of a decision that has been pending for so many years in our process. The loss and damage fund, the funding arrangements, and millions and millions are coming through pledges from governments for the initial capitalization. So the momentum is really good. And this is in spite of the signals we're getting that we are far from where we need to be if we want to be implementing the SDGs and at the same time keeping the 1.5 goal of the Paris Agreement within reach. So it is really a crucial moment, and COP28 it is critical because it's the first global agreement. We do hope that this momentum of yesterday will continue throughout the days of the conference, so that at the end we can have a strong, ambitious decision on the global stake that will pave the way to come. The USG Lee already highlighted the number of important moments and milestones next year. It's really a combination of so many, from the HLPF looking at Goal 13, the Summit of the Future, incredible opportunity for us, and looking at the different agenda in a very critical way, and making advance into the synergies that are there. We have been very pleased to work with our colleagues from DESA on the synergies. Has been a very successful exercise. Probably we didn't expect this to be as successful when we started a few years back, but now we are looking forward to next year conference. Again, to reiterate how important it is to implement these different processes in a synergistic way, so that we can really benefit from the experience and lessons learned and action on the ground. Because at the end of the day, all this is climate action on the ground, and which benefits all the SDGs. So happy to be here, happy to open the pavilion, and I think there will be a lot of important conversation coming up, and we look forward to engage with all of you, and a special thanks to the youth, because without you, the climate change agenda and the Paris Agreement really will not be implemented. Your voice is the one that makes the difference. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Daniel. And now, giving the floor to our youth in the room, we're so happy to have Prasidi, who's one of our youngest COP28 delegates. She's 11-year-old from India. And Josh, who's one of our distinguished youth leaders from Scotland, to share with us the youth call to action. Give the floor to Prasidi and then to Josh.
Am I audible? Greetings, namaste. Siddhi, I am 11 years old. This is my first COP, and I am very happy to be over here. So I work on nature-based solutions, climate action, and climate education. I've been doing this from the age of 4, which is almost 7 years now. So I've planted 130,000 trees, and I've mobilized about 80,000 people across 20 countries. Today, I am very happy to be over here in this SDG Pavilion's launch, and I would like to congratulate the entire team who has been working tirelessly to make this a successful event. So in today's world, where every day we are listening about natural disasters, forest fires, floods, cyclones, some or the other problem, which is usually negative when it comes to climate change, what do we do? How do we actually solve this problem? How can we take real action? And at this point of time come the SDGs, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Today, as we march towards achieving it in the next 7 years by 2030, I believe we should not treat it as just 7 years, but as 7 entire years. Because if we take this as an opportunity to change our world, to bring a difference, we believe in our potential, we can make a huge difference. I represent Generation Alpha, which is after Gen Z. And representing Generation Alpha, I believe that we have a lot of potential to bring a difference, we as youth and children. Be it in terms of taking real action, in terms of working on various different projects, in terms of spreading awareness, and I particularly focus on nature-based solutions. So in nature-based solutions, I work on mangrove plantation, indigenous tree plantation, agroforestry, and lake restoration. And my journey started ever since I started to walk and talk, because I made this amazing bond with Mother Nature. But at the age of 4, when Vada cyclone hit the shore of Tamil Nadu, the place where I live, it was dramatic. And having this bond with friends, treating them like having this bond with trees and treating them like my friends, I was disheartened to see these impacts. But I said I had to do something. So I started participating in plantation drives. And after doing that from the age of 4 to the age of 6, for 2 good years, after participating in the nursery creation, the germination, all these processes, learning about it, gaining some acceptable experience, at the age of 6, I said that I want to take real action, and I launched Prasidi Forest Foundation with the target to plant 100,000 trees by the end of the year 2022. And it kicked off. But do you think anyone would, at the very beginning, agree to a 6-year-old to do tree? No. It's very difficult. Them after working hard, it happened. And at the completion of 1,000 trees plantation in 85 different places with various stakeholders, I was also geographic. And this is how my journey has been going. And I want each one of you to join this journey, to believe in youth and children as you have been doing for all this time, to believe in our potential. Because I believe that only when we work together, we can make a difference. We need to believe in the potential we have. Believe in each and every person. I believed in those farmers, those villagers, those people, and now I have a second organization, the Green Pillar, which focuses on climate education. So I would be very happy to connect with all of you to talk about my projects, how I mobilized 80,000 people, how I've been doing this. Right now we are running short and excited to listen to our next youth speaker. But this was all I had to say about call to action. And I want to say that if not you, then who? And if not in the SDG Pavilion, then where? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rasidi, for sharing your inspiring remarks. Yeah, so we will have a group photo with His Excellency. Thank you so much again, Prasidi, for sharing your inspiring, powerful experience. Now I'd like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Dennis Francis, President of the 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Your Excellency.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to join you at the official opening of the SDG Pavilion at COP28. When I assumed the presidency of the UN General Assembly in September, I did so mindful that the SDG Summit, as the premier event during High Level Week, would set the tone for the entire session. I reminded member states of this, recognizing that implementation of the 2030 Agenda, its SDGs, the most broad, comprehensive, and interconnected roadmap ever created, were perilously off course. Without any doubt, the impacts of the pandemic, inflation, and global conflict are significant stressors that have severely derailed progress in delivering our 2030 blueprint, a milestone promise to the world's people that their well-being and their prosperity matter. For the UN and for the entirety of the multilateral system, it is a matter of honor that we honor our commitments and do all that we can to deliver the 2030 Agenda, as far as practicable, within the prescribed timeline, regardless of the hurdles. Distinguished participants, this holds true for climate action as well, as the environment and climate change are integral dimensions of sustainable development. In Paris in 2015, the world rejoiced when countries adopted a bold agreement to halt climate change. Regrettably, not yet substituted our words for meaningful transformative climate action. We have not addressed this challenge. Principled conviction, determination, resource mobilization, or collaboration required to deliver a just and sustainable outcome. And we are thus paying the price, the increasing price, for this delay. It is sea level rise is upon us, and it poses a real existential threat for small and developing states. It is also evident from the intensity of the heat waves and forest fires we endured this summer and before around the world. It is amply evident in the rampaging droughts and floods that are eroding livelihoods and undermining food security. We may be delayed in our response, but with heightened determination for purposive action, we can yet seize the remaining opportunity. There is a time for course correction, to pivot implementation, and to supercharge our efforts on sustainable climate development. To do so, however, dictates that we work together, and much harder for effective realization, ensuring that everyone who needs grants and financing can readily access them. Solutions require that we build credible strategic partnerships and embrace solidarity and work across public and private sectors to deliver innovative solutions. And that we reach for the big, bold, transformative actions that can move the needle on mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage in bounds rather than incrementally. As President of the General Assembly, I am fully committed to doing my part to accelerate progress on the SDG and the Paris Agreement. As announced this morning, it is my intention to host a Sustainability Week next April in New York to do just that. In collaboration with some member states and other stakeholders, I intend to convene the week, Sustainability Week, in multiple high-level segments and building on some already mandated events, including a flagship event on socio-economic inequality and debt sustainability, a global stock-taking on energy to complement progress made here at COP28, a high-level meeting on sustainable transport to address emissions concerns from the transportation sector, an informal dialogue on building global resilience and promoting sustainable development through infrastructure connectivity to supercharge efforts to empower those furthest behind, and a high-level thematic event on tourism to recognize the sustainability needs in this critical sector. It is my hope that this sustainability will build on the SDG Summit, as well as progress hoped to be achieved at this COP28, and further accelerate actions in these and other sectors. To surmount these challenges, bold action is required to deliver peace, prosperity, progress, and sustainability for all. But no meaningful progress will be achieved if we prematurely throw in the towel and accept defeat. And as a result, no lives will be improved, no children educated, no healthcare expanded, and no ecosystems nurtured and strengthened. Delivering on each of these objectives requires action. And action requires action. And action requires optimism and collaboration. I trust that this pavilion, a testament to the power and promise of the SDGs, will inspire renewed confidence in us to keep pushing and pushing for delivery. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. I was personally inspired by your remarks at the SDG Action Weekend this year. Like, I saw you on the big stage, and I was like, oh, I wish if I could meet you in person. So I appreciate how you mentioned the challenges. That's our optimism, and that's what we need in the midst of all these facing. There's hope, and in us as human beings, there's hope in the younger generations and the upcoming generations. Thank you so much. And I'm happy now to give the floor to Josh to share with us the key youth recommendations and a powerful message that we want our leaders to take into account. Josh?
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, thank you very much for providing us as global youth with this platform and space to express our own views, our own lived experiences, and how we might tackle this climate crisis. Now, typically, when it comes to these, we are led with the same. Our answers, they never seem to change. Our dialogue doesn't progress. We are constantly need for greater spaces for inclusion, more affirmative action, sort of more regional voices to take the stage so we can hear these competing lived experiences that our young people have, the experience. But ultimately, as Asma has alluded to and the other panellists have already, a pavilion such as the SDG one provides us all with hope. It provides us here with the opportunity to come together, recognise that irrespective of which goals or objectives of the SDGs we might align with, there are these synergies, there are these interconnections that we can all bring and we can all take from our own backgrounds, our own lived experiences. As young people, and myself in the twilight years of my youth and of this youth agenda, ultimately having these spaces as youth and young leaders, we believe that ultimately to see any real form of global progress at an international stage, nationally, wherever we are, we need to be ensuring that these perspectives, these views, these first examples of youth activism, sort of 7 years already at this point. It's phenomenal. It's far more than I've achieved so far in my youth career. But ultimately, I just want to leave you with a message of hope. We are here at this COP at a pivotal time. We are still within our objectives of reaching this 1.5 and maintaining and mitigating and acting upon this. And only through this holistic systems thinking, recognising the interconnectivity of our SDGs and the value that we all play as our own change makers, as our own leaders in our own communities. Ultimately, I leave you with that message. Be the change here. Follow your ambitions. Follow and align your thinkings, and just be willing to take into account our different perspectives. Thank you, Asma.
Thank you so much, Josh. And also for me, like, experience with DESA, and like a lot of support for. If we want to achieve a just transition, then we need to have more representation. We need to reach the farthest first, and we need to have equitable representation. So with that, I thank our speakers. Thank you so much, and also our attendees. Our session. Thank you so much.